everybody. Welcome back to more Pokemon. I think we play around with some of the new decks tonight. Also, it helps me create content for the YouTube channel, so these streams are helpful. Let's check our Wonder Pick first. Somebody got 2 Dittos. Too bad Ditto is not that great right now. Still need a second Vileplume. Not crafting that though. I think that was your double Ditto. Yeah, it kind of sucks. I made a Ditto deck that kind of worked. I pulled off some Dragonite Meteors with it, but it's just, you have to kind of go up against a Dragonite deck for it to work. But if Dragonite ever becomes like the absolute meta, Ditto will be very good, in my opinion. Alright. I guess we'll get warmed up. Get warmed up with my Dodrio deck, I guess. Yeah, thank you, Noah. Glad you enjoyed the video. Flares are cool and all. I wish they were like rare flares that you... like not everybody else will have them kind of thing. Limited time only. Mewtwo Mew deck, fun way to start the night. My most recent video is highlighting this deck. Really need the Magmar. There he is. Good. If I had an X speed, I would honestly just start working on Magmar. But I gotta get some chip damage on Ponytail. I think they could do no EX format once they add more cards. There's just not enough cards in the game right now. I think the next expansion, maybe. So I got 80 damage here, not enough to finish. Probably going to retreat it anyway, so I don't want to do too much damage for no reason with Blaine, so I'm going to hold on to Blaine. He has to retreat the Mew here. At least it slowed him down a bit. But now he's going to start picking up, so we gotta go full speed. Next turn he deals 150. I think I'm going to sacrifice my Dodrio? Hold on. Let me think about this here. 70. He knows I'm going to be able to kill him with Magmar next turn is the only thing. Well, maybe he won't recognize it. Maybe I hold my Blaine, make him think. I'm not even going to Professor's Research because I want him to think that I do not have... I'll use Giovanni. I want him to think that I don't have Blaine. And I want to bait out the attack here with the Mewtwo. Right, like leaving my Rapidash at 30 health makes it very tempting for him to attack with Psychic Spear. And I'm kind of hoping he takes the bait. Because then I kill the Mewtwo next turn. Yeah, go for it. Good. Love that little meteor fire effect. Alright, all he's got is a 50 HP Mew. He's probably going to retreat it to his hand if he's playing that trainer, which I'm assuming he is. I need Leaf, which should hopefully be my next draw. There's two of them in the deck. Charge up the next Magmar. Anticipating this one to die. The cool thing about Mew for them is they get to use the 80 damage attack and not discard energy because they don't have any fire energy. So they get to use it for free. It's a good budget fighting deck. I could try and show or make one for you. Hold on, I gotta fix my YouTube chat. I almost didn't see that message. Oh yeah, I've spent money on this game. Not a lot, though. Just enough to get, like, most of the cards that you would need to make a deck, and then I just hope I get lucky with the X-Pulls. So unfortunately I can't Blaine and Leaf in the same turn. So I think I'm just going to put in Dodrio, get some chip damage in to threaten. Get this Magmar out of here. Thanks, Berserker, to keep for the 29 months. That's my favorite Pokemon card art in this game. I really like the 3D ones that they do in this. Honestly, any of the Komio ones, like the really weird looking ones, any of the clay cards. that's GG. It's a good start to the night. Taking down a meta Mewtwo deck that went pretty hard with my Dodrio deck. Though honestly, the star here was Magmar for this match. If you want to see more about this deck, I have a video on my trading card game channel if you want to make this one yourself. It's also budget friendly, very easy to make this deck. Magmar paper seems like a horrible card. Not in this deck. This deck is really good. Dodrio helps Magmar shine in this deck. But you'd have to watch the video to see what I'm talking about. But this is the deck here. Okay, well that is definitely not a budget-friendly fighting deck. Unless you happen to have all these cards. I have to delete a deck. I guess it's time to say goodbye to my Omastar deck for now. I don't think I would be playing this one anytime soon. Though it is good. I wish they would add more slots. Yeah, it's like, at this point, if you've been playing this game for free since it came out, you'll have a pretty darn good amount of cards. Budget fighting. I'm a pretty big fan of the new Primeape Mankey. Can't really include that because it's that can be a little bit of a hard one to pull. Unless you have two of them. Hitmonlee. Sandslash. This is a pretty aggressive one. If you have the Marshadow would go good too. I'd take out a Hitmonlee for a Marshadow. The only thing I worry about here is having turns where I don't have a Pokemon to put an energy on. Like, I don't want to waste energy. Machamp, but that wouldn't be budget. Well, you can't get too much more budget than this, so let's try it. At this point, you should definitely have these cards. 2 Giovanni. 2 Sabrina. I would say 1 Leaf for the Sandslash, 2 X speed. Professor, Pokeball. Maybe 1 X speed. Take out an X speed, put in the Pokeball. So this is the deck here. Try this out. Of course, depending on what cards you had, you can definitely improve this, but this is a fighting deck that anybody should be able to make at this point. Yeah, happy early New Year, Frothin. Thank you for the watch streak. Faster to play with viewers. I mean, it's possible, but there's probably a 99% chance when people play me, they're gonna watch my hands and listen to what I'm saying. They'll say they're not, but you know it's gonna happen. I think I pretty much have to put in the other Mankey in case they kill the Mankey that's out. 9-Tails is a better card, but you gotta remember that the benefit of playing Magmar in that deck I was using is that it's a basic Pokemon, so it frees up 2 slots in your deck for other things. And the Magmar, you're able to sustain the energy because of the Dodrio. I'm just trying to figure out if I want to get this Primate. I think I need to get hits in on the Zapdos right now. But then again, I could snipe something from the back line. They're both weak to that, right? Yeah. I think I gotta use this opportunity before they evolve to take something out. Just so I can get that 1 point. And then I can focus on the Zapdos. Melmetal's pretty bad. You can't really use that card in this meta right now. I've tried decks with that card, it is just not good right now. Metal needs more support. I think I'm still gonna hold on to Giovanni. Yeah, I have a deck set up with Exeggutor and Weezing. I've tried putting Salandit in a deck with poison, but it just never, I don't know, I just never was able to make it really work. What's gonna be? Guess I'm gonna have to go for the back line. If you can't evolve it, then... Or maybe I put damage on the Electrode just so he can't swap that... Oh, maybe he does swap it in and I kill it with the Sand Slash. Even though right now I really don't think he's getting rid of this Zapdos. Course. Yeah, I don't think I tried Melmetal with Druddigon. I just hate having used Druddigon in like most decks where you want to build a stage 2 Pokemon. Gets boring after a while. Alright, I'm gonna be at the mercy of coin flips. I'm actually going to Giovanni now, because if he double potions, or at least potions once. Well, 60, it really wouldn't have mattered. Alright, he can only get 1 heads. It's easy, just ask for it. Well, I mean that's a really easy fighting deck you can try. But it really depends what fighting cards you have, what you can put in. For Pokemon cards, I put in anywhere between 8 to 12 typically. I personally wouldn't run dual energy with a Galvantula. Those double lightning energies, you're gonna get screwed. Because you can get like 3 or 4 turns in a row where you get a fire energy, and then what are you gonna do with Galvantula? The only time dual energy decks work, and I'll show you one right now. The only time they work is when you're dealing with Pokemon that have like 1 or 2 colorless energy to use their attack. I made this one earlier today, it was working pretty right. It's a deck where Druddigon actually attacks and doesn't just sit there as a tank. That's why I called it Drud Actually Attacks. That's the name of the deck. Thank you, PS5LX. Thanks for the 17 months. Not the ideal start. Oh. That's like the #1 counter to this deck. It seems like every time I play this deck, I run into this like 50% of the time. Definitely gonna be an issue. Oh shit, I did that before I put the Druddigon in the play. That was stupid. Yeah, I'm just gonna restart this. There's a ton of Hitmonlee decks running around now. Definitely annoying. Hey, Mr. Goat. Happy New Year to you as well. Yes, I run water and fire energy in this deck. The fire is to actually let Druddigon attack, and it makes a pretty big difference. Yeah, I think I've lost this one. That is like the god starting deck. Eventually people will have to get tired of playing Mewtwo, right? He'll take damage from Druddigon, and then the Bruxish will at least be able to deal 70 damage if I needed. He's definitely killing Druddigon. Well, unless he just doesn't have the Gardevoir, which is possible, but I think the energy will be better spent on... Actually, I'm going to put it here. Just so I have flexibility on who I put in. Of course, the one card they had in their hand was Gardevoir. I don't really... I mean, it would slow them down a little bit. They're just gonna put in... Nah, I gotta get this 70 damage on this thing right now. They're just gonna put in the other Mewtwo, or they're gonna put in the other Gardevoir. It's pretty much over, but let's see what happens. The idea with this deck is that you get one or two Greninjas behind the Druddigon, and they have a really hard time getting through in the early game. Kind of just gives you time to build up the Greninja. But then the Bruxish is a pretty cheap 70 damage, because most of the time when you're attacking something with this deck, it's going to be damage between the Greninja and the Druddigon. Very rarely will you put this thing in against something with no damage on it. Oh yeah, I forgot I run a Flute in this deck, which works with the two Greninjas. I think the only shot is going for the other Mewtwo. I don't think I'd be able to take out the other Perlia thing, whatever the hell it is, in time. He'd get 50 damage off here. Maybe if I can draw my other Druddigon, swap that. No, it wouldn't even be able to take a hit. Well, let's see. I think it's over there. I could Sabrina, though. If he has no way... Oh, damn. That Mew just saved him. If he didn't have that Mew, I actually could have won. Because he could have been stuck with the Gardevoir. Almost. If I would have started this game with a Druddigon, it would have been so much better. Maybe they're stupid enough to not put in the Mew? No, they are very aware of what to do. Closer than I thought that game would have been. Mewtwo decks don't get a thanks. Unless I beat them. Actually, even then, I don't even thank them. Boat ladder. Why do I keep facing these Hitmonlee decks with this deck? That is like the #1 counter to this deck. Crazy. Well, here's the power of running a fire energy in this deck. I'm actually going to be able to attack with Druddigon. And the nice thing is, Greninja doesn't really attack. He's going to be in the back line, so getting a fire energy doesn't matter too much for him. And if I had to attack with him, I'm usually going to draw a water energy at some point to put it on him for like a last-ditch effort. And that's why I like the water fire energy in this deck. He noticed, he saw I had a fire, and that was a very smart move by them. They saw I had a fire energy coming up, and they realized that I was going to be able to wreck through their whole deck if I was able to get the Druddigon online. That was actually pretty clever on their part. Bad news for them, though, I have another Druddigon. Now I just need to draw a water energy after this fire. There's so many people playing this exact deck right now. There must be some video on YouTube that has like 100,000 views or something. Like, this is all I'm running into. Putting that energy on the Bruxish might have actually been better. Damage. I wasn't sure. I couldn't make up my mind if I wanted this or the Bruxish. Am I running potions in this deck? I do not remember. Alright, so he deals 50. He goes down to 20. I get Greninja next turn. I kill the Primeape. He brings out the Marshadow, he gets the 100 damage hit. I'm getting a second Fire Engine next turn, so I'm actually going to put it on the Bruxish. Druddigon, I don't think it's going to be able to attack here. The decks tonight? Oh, we'll find out. A few wins so far. Yeah, somebody showcased on the same day that I made the deck, the Galvantula and Jolteon deck that I shared in Discord. Mine has a different basic Pokemon, but I was like, oh my god. Now it's gonna look like I took their deck idea. He attacks, kills that. Honestly, I think I try and whittle down that Farfetch'd. 3 turns, I can kill it. Yeah, I recognize. Was it the old Primeape or the new Primeape? I think it's the old one, right? Because I think I ran into a deck that was using old Primeape and Aerodactyl. I destroyed it. I don't know what deck I was using though. But I was like, huh, that's an interesting choice of cards. I really can't put in the Druddigon because the Marshadow is going to kill it. I think it's over. Using Sabrina there might actually... it wouldn't have mattered. Yeah, they've been waiting. They've been holding onto that potion. They were hoping that I would, like, feel like I'm gonna kill it, and then they just potion it. Well, it's over because no matter what I do, they're gonna kill Druddigon with Marshadow. Right? Yeah, there's like not much I can do about that. Unless I build up second Greninja. I don't think I could really use this deck if I'm gonna be running into Hitmonlees and Marshadows every other game. They put up a Victory Bell Flute deck? How much different was it from mine? Yeah, thank you, Polar Bear. Because I ran into a Victory Bell Flute deck a few days ago that actually destroyed me. And I'm like, wow, that is literally my deck right there. Thank you, Elser, for the watch tree. Land it, old Salazzle with a Tentacle and a Druddigon. Yeah, it seems like it could be a fun kind of like aggro style. Alright, I think we actually build up the Druddigon here. Mew is very slow in the beginning, so I actually have a chance to get attacks off. I don't mind playing Druddigon when you actually use him for attacking. Everybody just uses him for a body. But I built this deck to actually attack with him, and I think it catches people off guard, because you're probably not expecting to see fire energy in a water deck like this. I'm gonna put down the second Druddigon in case they Sabrina. Feels like a Sabrina deck. These are all people. Yeah, they're all humans. Full-on website for decks. Okay, yeah, that's definitely. Yeah, see, there's the Sabrina. If I had a leaf, that would be fantastic. Nope. Maybe putting in the Druddigon was bad, because then I could have X-speeded out whatever he put in and got an attack with Druddigon. So yeah, that wasn't the best. But we'll set up Druddigon for the next turn. He is playing triple energy Gengar though, so I'm going to have to use supporters earlier rather than later. He is without a doubt going to use this Mew as a tank and just retreat it. I'm going to hold on to that Sabrina, use it next turn. If I can pull the Leaf, hopefully. Well, Leaf, and then Sabrina the turn after. Well, I can at least get the Mew out of here. He has to use his trainer now. But I'm going to start attacking his Ghastlies. He's going to have 170 HP on Gengar, which is going to be pretty brutal. Should have Sabrina there to take one of them out. But he still can't get Gengar for a turn. At least. Okay. Guess they just couldn't pull their Gengar or their Haunter or something. Well, if Celebi decks annoy you, all you gotta do is just play Jinx or the new Executor. There's a lot of ways to counter Celebi specifically. So this one was requested. Someone left a comment they wanted to see a deck with Weezing and the new Executor. So it's alright. I've won some games with it. It's nothing crazy. It gets shut down really hard against certain decks, and other decks it does really good against. Hitmonlee and Lumineon would not work together. Lumineon requires 2 water energy, so it's just too likely that you're gonna pull multiple fighting energy in a row and then Lumineon can't do anything. I'm gonna need another basic Pokemon here. If I had the Exeggutor set up on the bench right now, this would be going really well. But I need it very soon. Because there's no ramp. Unless I start with the Execute. Start building energy. Please. I'm guaranteed to pull 1 here, though. You know what? Do I pass the turn? Because he definitely wants to put an energy on his Celebi. So making him put... he's just going to X-speed it and save it. I think I got to go for the kill here. Yeah, dual energy decks right now are really, they're pretty rough. The only time it works is, like I said, you're running cards that have like a single energy requirement and then 1 or 2 colorless requirements. Weezing is pretty much just here to stall until you get to Execute online. If I can get my second Weezing, it'll be looking pretty good. Of course I need the Executor as well. You should try my Magmar deck for real, fan, if you haven't already. Damn, they get triple tails, triple heads. So lucky. Good. Buys me another turn, hopefully. Do I go for the 30 damage? No. I think I have to put it on the because I have to count on pulling Exeggutor. There's 2 of them in the deck, and I got 6 cards left, so... If I pull that next turn, I think I could still win. Yeah, I'll show the... Ah, this bastard. I'll show the Galvantula deck after this. Some other person put up a deck tech that uses it, but mine's slightly different. Their video got like 70,000 views. It makes me wish I would have put it up as soon as I made the deck. I still think Farfetch'd is way better than the Dene in this deck. You're going for fast, quick, aggressive damage. There's no reason to run a stall card. You wouldn't be able to run Flareon with Magmar and Rapidash. You absolutely need Moltres for Flareon to work. 3 energy where you discard 2 is just, you'll never... You might be able to get an attack off of Flareon, but you'll probably never get another one off. The good thing about Dodrio with the Magmar is you don't use Moltres. Man, the amount of Mewtwo decks is just so... so crazy. I would get so bored playing this deck every game. Do I count on them not having Giovanni? I think I go for Sabrina. And I go for the Eevee kill. That would be so good. Alright. 3 heads flips in a row. Here we go. Of course. I had one game where I did 160 damage with Eevee, and I don't think I've done over 40 cents. You might regret leaving that in play. Fortunately, I didn't do 160 damage to the Mewtwo. Look at that. You take out their ramp and Mewtwo players just run with their tails between their legs. Have you tried your decks against EX decks though, for real fan, or are you only playing in the no EX rooms? It's the same thing every match. Yeah, Japanese players love the Mewtwo deck. I think it's like a thing of pride with them, like they don't want to lose games. So they have to play, like, the craziest decks in the game. No matter what. Oh, man, so close. I don't think I want to put my... Yeah, I think I want the Mew to have to kill my Farfetch first. I don't want to reveal that I have Jolteon yet. I want to make them think I don't have it for a surprise attack on, like, they're probably going to put in the Mew or the Mewtwo. Well, even if they Sabrina, it's not the end of the world. They're going to be able to use my coin flip against me, but they're going to need 3 heads. I think I'm going to sacrifice the Farfetch just to get damage in. I'll put down a second Farfetch'd. Just in case they Sabrina. Do you Eye Sabrina instead? Mewtwo would need 2 retreat, Gardevoir would need 2 retreat. You know what? I'm gonna go for this play. They're just gonna retreat that Mew with a trainer card. Easy. The only thing I gotta count on now is the Mew not getting 3 heads and not having a Giovanni. Well, it's not game over yet. They can absolutely still come back from this with that Mew. Because they're gonna retreat the Mew into the Mewtwo. Until if I get enough damage on it, they're gonna retreat it. Okay, that's big. Giovanni here can get the kill. But I gotta land 3 heads. GG. And this is why I think Farfetch'd is better than the Dene in this deck. You want the highest damage potential cards. This is a rushdown deck, not a stall deck. I don't know why you'd run the Dene in this. You want to get as much damage as fast as possible. We thank the Mewtwo players that we beat. Yeah, Jolteon is an amazing card. You got to be a bit of a gambler. But in my, like, on average, Jolteon should be doing 80 damage, right? Like, 50, I would say most of the time you can count on 2 heads. 80 damage for 2 energy is pretty crazy. You gotta be willing to gamble a little bit, though. We haven't really been able to see the Galvantula yet. That's arguably even more important in this deck. The idea is you lock down an EX card with the Galvantula, and then you put in the Jolteon for the finishing kill, or just finish it with the Galvantula if it survives. Really good combo. Yeah, it's hard to play against viewers because I wouldn't be able to do any commentary about what I have in hand, what I'm hoping to draw, what I'm thinking, because obviously the people playing me are going to be listening. There's no doubt. Like, even if they say they aren't, they're gonna be listening to the stream or watching. Unfortunately, like I could play people on my friends list off stream, but yeah, probably not on stream. All right, what are we doing here? I don't remember how much damage Charmeleon does. 50? I do not remember. Do I go for the continuous steps kill? 60. Alright. Well, this is awkward then. That means I have to Jolteon. But Charmeleon's... Is it 2 or 3 energy? I can't remember. I think it's 3 energy for Charmeleon. Yeah, damn. So keeping the EVN would have been better, but whatever. It's fine. Probably would have got Tails anyway. Somebody using a Mew trainer when not on the bench from losing is pretty funny, especially if it's by accident. Here comes the Moltres. Now this is where Galvantula really comes in handy, if I actually had one. It would lock down the Moltres so they can't retreat it and you just kill it. Galvantula, a huge counter to Moltres decks because it also hits the weakness. 90 damage. So if you hate facing Moltres decks, play this deck. So he's gonna deal 110 damage next turn with that Flareon. I can't really rely on killing Moltres. I think I gotta go for the Flareon or the Charmander kill. See what he puts in. If I were him, I would do Flareon. Yeah. Alright, 3 heads flips. Not too hard, right? If not, it's probably game over. Yeah, the thing about lacking Moltres is it locks you out from playing most fire decks. I kind of hate cards that, like, cards that are so powerful like Moltres, where it's like the only card in that energy type that isn't energy ramp, which means that, like, most decks you're not going to be able to play, because a lot of the fire cards are built around ramp. I think it's over. Little late there, Galvantula. I don't think there's really anything I can do. I think I just gotta let him get his Flareon hit here and kill the Farfetch'd. Giovanni kill the Flareon. Hope he puts out the Moltres and I lock it down. Maybe they're that dumb. We'll find out. Number one deck in the game right now is... A lot of people say that new Gyarados deck. I still think the Mewtwo deck is pretty ridiculous. That is still like the deck to beat and the deck that you build your cards around. In terms of like... To me, what makes a really good Stage 2 or EX card is, does it have more than 150 HP? If it has more than 150 HP, the card is instantly a higher tier card. I can actually still win this. Actually, yeah. This is not looking terrible. Let's see what happens. Because he doesn't even have Charmeleon yet. Please put in your Moltres, I beg you. If they put in Moltres, I think the only thing they can do would be Giovanni attack with Moltres with 3 energy. Which they might actually have, and they win the game at that point. But we'll see what happens. I can't Sabrina and kill the Charmander, because that doesn't get me. Like, if I kill the Moltres, I get 2 points. I need to count on them not having Giovanni. And they may not run Giovanni if they're running Charizard, because you don't really need Giovanni with Charizard, but they are running Flareon. Yeah, because even if I Sabrina and get a kill, they're just going to put in the Moltres, put a 3rd energy on it, they're going to Giovanni kill it. So this pretty much just comes down to, do they run that card in their deck? Double Potion will also win the game for them. No, it can't retreat. Galvantula, your opponent can't retreat their defending Pokemon. And that's why this card is actually really good. It locks down EX cards. Do they have the Giovanni? They do. Alright, good game. That was pretty much their only out. But it shows you the power of Galvantula. It is way better than Arbok, by the way. It essentially is Arbok, but for lightning. But 70 damage versus 60 damage is such a big difference. Because hitting twice with Arbok is 120 damage. Guess what? That doesn't kill Mew EX. That doesn't kill Celebi EX. 70 damage on Galvantula kills Mew EX, kills Celebi EX, kills Marowak EX. It kills a lot of EX cards. Aerodactyl EX in 2 turns rather than 3 turns, or having to like double Giovanni or use 1 Giovanni. So in my opinion, Galvantula way better than Arbok. Plus, guess what? You know what makes him better than Arbok? You can play it with lightning. And as you can see, Jolteon's a pretty good card. Plus, being able to Giovanni with Galvantula and deal 80 damage is a big deal, because there's a lot of Stage 1 and basic Pokemon in the game right now that are 80 HP that people are using in decks. You would only deal 70 with Arbok. then again, you'd hit the weakness of Mew EX with Arbok. But Mew EX is a weird one, right? Because they're just going to trainer that thing back to their hand anyway. Oh my god. I think it's safe to say Japanese players don't play anything besides Mewtwo decks. If we've learned something. Japanese players also like to use red cards, so normally I wouldn't do this. But I'm gonna Jolteon now. I could have arguably attacked with Farfetch'd instead, but probably was a big misplay because I don't have X speed. Let's see what happens. If I get the X speed, then we're good. Or a leaf. I don't run leaf in this deck. Or do no, I don't. There's the X speed. See, all according to plan. Yeah, they definitely have the Explorer card because they're setting up a Mewtwo. They're not even bothering with the Mew. So you know what? Let's at least try and get something. Jolteon can technically one-shot Mewtwo right now. Just gotta get a little lucky. Ooh, they're sending in the double energy. They're going all or nothing here. Well, my Farfetch'd survives, and I can kill the Mewtwo with Giovanni. They're probably going to concede after I kill this Mewtwo. Unless they have the Gardevoir line in their hands. They're probably going to put up Mew, stall at Mew, explore the Mew back to their hand while building the Mewtwo on the back line and building up the Gardevoir. Or they're going to do it now. I think they can still retreat with Explorer when I use Galvantula. I don't want them to know I have Galvantula in my hand, though. I'm gonna hold on to that. Gotta risk the red card. It doesn't matter if I attack with the Farfetch, because they will return it to their hands. So, getting the energy to set up Galvantula, I think, is the better play here. But I'm thinking... Ooh, I think I put this other Farfetch down as a Sabrina counter. No, I mean, that was probably a decent play by them. They are trying to get Gardevoir. Once they get Gardevoir online... Wait, what? Why did they put the energy on the 50 HP Mewtwo? That had to be a misplay. That's weird. Alright, well, we're gonna find out if they have Explorer in their hands. I'm also curious to see... No, they should be able to retreat, because that's not technically retreating. Right? Have any of you tried that? Can they could still explore the Mew out after being locked out. Actually, none of you have probably tried that. Okay, no, we're gonna put in Galvantula anyway. Let them explore out, because then I can just lock down whatever they put in afterwards. And if they don't have Explorer, then they're in trouble. Okay, thanks, Ace. Thank you for the 76 months. Alright, I guess they don't have Explorer. Or they weren't sure if it would work. They're gonna deal 50 damage next turn. Well, I mean, to be fair, the solo B deck can be fun with the coin flips for people, because it's like that dopamine rush that you get for getting like crazy coin flips. The only thing is it would get so tiring after a while, because not only would you get tired using the deck, but like everybody else is using similar decks. Just gets boring fighting the same thing. Unless you just play a little bit every day. Alright. Well, here's the power of Galvantula. I'm going to sacrifice Galvantula. It's going to lock down the Mewtwo so he can't retreat. And I'm going to Giovanni both turns, just in case he's got potions. Just get that extra bit of damage in. And this is what this deck is built around, is this combo right here. Normally they would get that Mewtwo the hell out of there, but now they can't. And that's another reason why I think Galvantula and Jolteon is better than Arbok paired with like something else, because Galvantula into Jolteon, low energy commitment, right? Jolteon only 2 energy, Galvantula only 2 energy, and the damage potential with Jolteon is just like so high that it's really hard for EX cards to survive. Whereas Dark, what are you going to combo it into? I guess Arbok into Weezing, 40 damage. Arbok into a colorless Pokemon. That's why I think the Jolteon combo is so much stronger. You just got to be willing to coin flip a little bit. But 4 coin flips? I mean, come on. You're going to do about 40 to 80 damage most of the time. And if the Jolteon doesn't kill the EX card, you could always put in the Farfetch'd, right? Say they commit, let's say you get 4 tails or 1 heads. I think this person just like shut off their phone. And they kill your Jolteon. Well, then guess what? You got Farfetch'd on the back line to make up for that 40 damage, that missed coin flip that you needed. Yeah, they totally just rage quit. You don't even get to flip the heads. Yeah, that guy was a little pissed. He's probably been winning games all day and he just got defeated by a freaking spider of all things. This card, in my opinion, one of the most underrated cards in the game right now. This card can really shut down decks with EX cards. Because a lot of them rely on retreating to save their EX card. Of course, you can kind of run into some trouble with Sabrina, but that's why you got the Farfetch act as that sacrifice. I think it's a really fun deck. TK pretty much asked me to come up with a deck that used Galvantula, and this is what I came up with. Always had Arbok. Yeah, I explained earlier though why I think Galvantula is like 5 times better than Arbok. The 60 to 70 damage is such a huge deal. And not having to use the other dark cards with Arbok. It's pretty nice. I do have X speed, I don't have Galvantula right now. Whoops, I didn't use Professor, that's fine. Protects me against a red card, you never know. Some people, I mean, there's a lot of people that run that card. So they're going to be dealing 90 damage. It's going to be a bit of a problem. This deck is aggressive, but it doesn't have the HP to survive though. I think it's pretty much over because I just can't pull stage 1. Not much I can do here. Starmie EX is just still such a crazy card. I'm just thankful that more people don't use that card. I think it's still busted as hell. Can still win here if I pull Galvantula right here. Okay. We're still in it. He's gonna retreat that damn Starmie though. Oh man, that was a mistake. I shouldn't have revealed the Galvantula. He's reading that shit right now. He is reading it. I'm gonna attack, get him down to 90. He's going to retreat the Starmie into the Articuno. Articuno's going to kill the Farfetch. I got the Sabrina, but yeah, that was I should not have revealed the Galvantula. Should have counted on them not knowing about the card. If he attacks with this Starmie, we are definitely still in this. no. Yep. Oh man, that Staryu just saved his ass. Damn it. Maybe. I mean, he would have killed it with the Articuno, but if he would have put in the Starmie... I can't. Sabrina is just gonna put in the Staryu. Like he's... Even if he puts in the Articuno, if he puts that in, it'll kill my Galvantula. Alright, I kill the Finneon. He puts in the Articuno. I lock it down with Galvantula. Yeah, he's got this, unfortunately. Unless he makes a misplay with what he puts in here. He needs to put in Articuno. Yeah. Jolteon can still win it for me, though. Because Jolteon has 90 HP. Unless he has Giovanni. If he has Giovanni, he wins. I need 3 heads to hit the weakness on Articuno. Well, I can actually... I could Sabrina here. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we just Sabrina and win. 7, 8, 9... Actually, him putting in the Articuno lost him the game. I want to use this. I built the deck. It's not really meant to win. It's just meant to annoy your opponent to the maximum possible. So it has 3 coin flip mechanics, one of which discards an energy, one of which puts the Pokemon to sleep, and then the other one discards a card. I've won some games with it. It's pretty darn funny when it works. Like I said, it's not really meant to win, but when you do, it's pretty enjoyable. However, the Wigglytuff can still definitely carry. Also, Mawile as a starter is a very strong Pokemon. Flip a coin. If heads, discard an energy from your opponent's Pokemon. Also, this deck makes some pretty big plays, because people think I'm playing Meowth for the card draw, But little do they expect that I actually play Persian, so sometimes you can get some surprise attacks for 40 that they're not expecting. Don't underestimate that. Persian is still not a good card, but I think it has a lot of potential in the meta right now, just because if you manage to hit one of their evolution cards, or like one of their EX cards or something, that can completely lock them out of their win condition. If you're able to discard something they need. So it can be pretty effective. Still not a very good card though. That heads flip. I think it should have been something like flip 2 coins if both their tails, or if both their tails like don't discard a card, but if 1 or 2 are heads like discard a card or something. I don't know. It is it's a little rough. You only have 2 cards in hand, so my discard could actually be pretty good. Fortunately, though, they got a beefy tank right now. I can put in Persian next turn and get the surprise 40 damage and discard. And hopefully discard their Alakazam if they don't play it here. Alright, we're going for that Alakazam discard. Ain't expecting the Persian. Well, they probably don't have Alakazam in their hand because they would have played it last turn. Of course. But now they're sweating. They're like, oh man. Hope he doesn't discard one of my stages. Also keep in mind discarding Kadabra also like shuts down their second Alakazam. So Persian's good, but it's not as good as it should be. 100 HP would make a nice difference. 50 damage would have been good. Just not quite where it needs to be. Well, my only chance here is actually to put it to sleep with Jigglypuff. And build it up into a Wigglytuff. Which can still win me the game. I just gotta get really lucky on the stalls. It can't wake up. If it wakes up, it's over. Alright, good game. Like I said, not a deck that's really meant to win, but you know it annoys your opponent when you do win. Well, they can't really use traditional Pokemon battle music. That would be a little intense for a mobile phone game. It's more of a chill collecting app rather than like an actual battling app. They gotta have some pretty mellow music. Usually when this happens, the opponent disconnects. Yeah, if that ever happens to you, don't leave. It's a free victory because it means they disconnected. Wow, a Japanese player using water, finally. Some spice in our decks we're facing. Gyarados deck. That's supposed to be like the strongest meta deck in the game right now, so let's see how we do with this deck. If I get the discard with Persian on the Gyarados, which I've used this deck against a Gyarados deck before, and I have discarded someone's Gyarados and it won me the game. But obviously the chance of that happening very unlikely. Alright, so that Eevee doesn't threaten me for a couple turns with Vaporeon. I think I'm going to go for some card draw myself. So crazy to me though that they still haven't added new metal cards to this game. How the heck did they go a card expansion without a single metal card? Oh man. Unfortunately they played their Gyarados, but I can discard their Vaporeon. Is that the play that I go for at the moment? It's gotta be. Even if I put in the other Eevee, they're just gonna retreat it. I think we go for the surprise discard. Hey, thank you, Gnome Pickles. You brought me the discard luck, thank you. An X speed? Ooh. Well, I guess that kind of helps us here, because they can't X speed the Eevee now at least. Hope y'all had a good stream, appreciate the raid. I love all your little pickle emotes there. Alright, they're committing to the Gyarados. A good Mawile here could go a long ways to stalling the Gyarados. Do I go for the discard, though? This is a tough one. I might go with the stall with the Mawile to try and get the Jigglypuff online. That's what we do. Oh my goodness, that was so... I meant to put it on the Mawile. Alright, we're committing to the discard. Right? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, I think so. Probably just lost me the game. Ooh. A potion? Okay. It helps a little bit. Do I discard the only card in their hand? They're gonna deal 140. They're gonna kill the Persian. We're gonna ramp up into the Wiggly here. Come on, I gotta pull that Wigglytuff at some point. It's gotta be like the next card draw. Next draw or two needs to be Wigglytuff. Ooh boy. Triple discard. The other Gyarados. Okay. I mean, that's huge. Persian MVP. Oh no, I just realized it's probably going to take an energy off my Jigglypuff when he attacks here. Uh-oh. It can also take an energy off his Gyarados. It's like a coin flip at this point. If it takes it off my Jigglypuff, the game might be over. Never played Pokemon TCG, but you like the Game Boy games? This is a good jumping in point if you're looking to ever try a card game iteration of it. Very approachable. Well, if you play Magic the Gathering, this might be a little too simple for you. This is a very dumbed down card game. Definitely not going to be as complex as Magic. Still worth trying, though. If you guys are on the YouTube side, by the way, remember to like the stream. It does help recommend it to other people. But more importantly, it'll be more likely that YouTube recommends my live streams to you in the future, so that you don't miss future live streams. Because my TCG live streams are a little sporadic. Oh no, I didn't want them to leave. Damn, I actually wanted to play this one out. That's a shame. I'm facing the #1 meta deck in the game right now. I really wanted a fair matchup. I mean, it was a fair matchup. I don't know if they quit or if they lost connection. Maybe they closed their phone. Maybe they didn't like that Gyarados discard. Oh, there you go. Persian put in work in that match. Shoutouts to Persian. Let's try again. Very fun deck, but don't count on winning many games with it. Favorite Pokemon used in the game? For this game, I like Victory Bell the best. Victory Bell can pull a Pokemon from the backline on their bench. So normally Pokemon cannot be like really targeted or attacked much on the backline. Victory Bell can pull a Pokemon from their bench to the active slot and you can attack them and get the kill. It's kind of like a stealthy sneak attack. There's no other card like it in the game. It's the only card in the game that can manually target a card of your choice on the opponent's bench. Otherwise, they usually get to choose it. Yeah, you guys are free to battle one another in chat. It's a little rough for me to do it with the stream and everything. Yeah, it forces a swap, but you get to choose what they swap in. It has to be a basic Pokemon, though. But the good thing is a lot of the strongest cards in the game are basic Pokemon. Like the EX cards. Like this is a basic Pokemon. So if they have this thing sitting on their backline and they haven't been working on building it up, you can pull it forward and start hitting it before they expect it. I think the play here is to try and shut down the Pikachu. So I'm actually going to Sabrina. X speed. And count on the Mawile discarding that energy. If not, we're probably dead. Boom. Stall the Pikachu as much as we can. Yeah, I wish I was a little more familiar with the games. It's so hard for the newer games to really grab me. However, when the Switch 2 comes out, and it gets the performance boost for games, definitely going back and playing since Scarlet and Violet. If that game is gonna run like potentially 60 frames, definitely gotta go back and play it. Alright, well the Mawile shut them down for a turn, which is good enough for me. I think at this point I gotta count on pulling my Wigglytuff. I gotta commit to the energy on Jigglypuff. Got 2 turns to pull Wiggly. He's gonna deal 90 damage here. X-speed the Zapdos, put a Pokemon on their bench. Attack with Pikachu. Or not, they don't have any of those things. Okay. Sabrina. Man, I think I might have to go with the card draw here. But he's gonna kill. I'm only gonna get 1 draw from Meowth. No, I think I just gotta commit to Wiggly. If I Sabrina here, he's gonna put in the Galvantula. And then he's gonna retreat him. It's not 20 damage on the Galvantula is not gonna do anything. If I can pull Wigglytuff, I can absolutely win. We just need 1 coin flip where they don't wake up. Fairy Steel, yeah. This game is really dumbed down with the types. There's no such thing as rock Pokemon. Everything is just fighting. Very, very basic types in this game. Alright, we gotta draw Wiggly right here. I guess I could put the Mewtwo in and X-speed it out for 1 more draw. Oh boy. I gotta sacrifice the Mewtwo. Actually, no, that was a mistake. I needed to put the energy on the Meowth. It's fine. I missed 1 draw there. Two Wigglytuffs, 9 cards. They're just trying to make this a very dumbed down version of Pokemon, so they don't want too many attack types. Alright, we need a Professor's Research or Wigglytuff on the straw. Finally. Probably a little too late though. Alright. They guaranteed go to sleep. If they're asleep, they can't retreat. So they have to fail this coin flip here, otherwise we lose, I think. If they don't wake up, I I still have a small... No, actually, I don't have any chance. Yeah. Oh well. Do one more with this deck. I got the win against Gyarados, even though it was a bit of a... I can't tell if it was a rage quit or a disconnect. Considering that they lost connection right after I discarded their Gyarados, though. I'm gonna go with a rage quit. I cannot wait for the next expansion to add more trolley cards. Like, you don't know how bad I want to make a discard deck. Give me a deck that rewards discarding. That's what I can't wait for. Give me a deck where, like, every time they discard a card, it deals damage, or more ways to discard energy. I just want more disruption. I think we're going to get more and more complex cards as the game goes on. Right now, they're just trying to keep things very simple for the casual players. But I think as time goes on, there's only so many Pokemon they can add where it's just like, alright, here's their attack and here's so many energy and that's it. It doesn't do anything else. That's eventually got to stop. Yeah, the problem with the discard in this game is right now you have to win a coin flip to discard. So, until I get guaranteed discard, I don't think discard decks will be viable. And I think they're always going to make it coin flip, in my opinion. Unless it's like an EX card, because imagine playing against a deck that discards your whole hand. That's going to make people so angry. People don't like playing against discard decks. Yeah, a Pokemon that buffs non-EX basic cards could be kind of cool. There's a lot of different things they can add to this to spice it up. Next expansion is going to be like 200 plus cards, supposedly. Card draw. I'm actually not going to evolve in the Wigglytuff because... I mean... No, I will. I don't trust the red card. I was gonna say because it puts my retreat cost up to 2. But I do have the Mawile for Sabrina counter. I put up a new video on my main channel today, by the way. Top 10 games of the year that you probably did not play. Thought it was a bit of a different twist to top 10 games of the year. Probably a lot more useful and fun to watch, too, than your typical top 10. This is not going to be super effective, because I don't have red card right now. But man, if I can hit a Alakazam or something, even a Kadabra, that could be pretty big. Pretty likely chance, too. Pokeball is probably the worst thing I could have hit there. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to hit one of those. Can still hit it here. Come on, Alakazam. Oh, I'm hitting like the worst cards I could discard. Yeah, he was holding. He was like, man, let me get these Kadabras out right now. Nobody expects the Persian. Except now, unfortunately, I'm probably... I gotta hit the sleep with Wigglytuff. Alakazam is really good. It almost feels like it should be an EX card to me. I actually survived the hit here. No energy. Alright. Come on, sleep. If he doesn't wake up here, I might win the game. It'll be looking pretty good. If they wake up, then I definitely lose. Comes down to this flip. Nice. YouTube's weird with that stuff. That's why it's best to take all avenues that you can. You hit the bell, liking the stream, so that way, like, if you're on YouTube, it'll show you that I'm live. Discord, I'll send out the Discord notifications. That's probably the best way. Even if you don't use Discord, just having it installed to get my push notifications, it's usually a good thing to do. That's why I love this deck. Unfortunately, we don't have the Giovanni. Am I even running Giovanni in this deck? That double potion they use just saved them so hard. Damn. That saved them so hard. Oh no. That means my Jigglypuff gotta put him to sleep again. It's so over. Even if I sleep it all the way and kill it, the other Alakazam is just gonna... It's just gonna kill me. Alakazam does 30 extra damage for every energy attached to your Pokemon. So it's really good against a card like Wigglytuff. Oh, I think we had fun with that deck. So we could try out the Shinotic deck, however you say it. This was just me attempting to come up with a bit more of a mid-range aggressive grass deck that doesn't use Celebi. Not an easy deck to use. So this is a pretty decent card. Shinotic. Put your Pokemon to sleep. So it's like a Wigglytuff with 30 less attack and 50 less HP, 1 less energy to put a Pokemon to sleep. So it's kind of like a slightly weaker version of Wigglytuff, or you can argue maybe on par just because you don't need 3 energy, and it's not an EX, so it's really not that bad of a card. The problem is just the damage is fairly low, so the finisher of this deck is honestly this thing. But ideally you want to get Lilligant out as soon as possible, but it's not happening right now. Do I risk going for this? I think I just risk... I want to get the extra 20 damage in, so that way I can kill next turn. If the Eevee gets 3 heads flips, good for them, they just won the game. Alright, forced out a potion. I got the Giovanni, though. Yeah, discount Wigglytuff or another variant of Vileplume. I would love to make a Vileplume deck, but I only have 1 Vileplume. I would do Vileplume and Shinotic. I think that would be pretty funny. Not a good deck, but it would be fun. Well, they're gonna Starmie EX me here, most likely. Or they just concede to the mushroom. Couldn't handle it. I just can't wait for the next expansion where they add more support for every element. We're not shoehorned into having to use a certain build, right? So like grass right now, if you're looking for any kind of ramp, you have to use Sir Viper. Lilligant, sometimes, like I'm trying to make Lilligant really work in this deck. But like it's fire, you gotta use Moltres. Gotta use Gardevoir and Psychic. Rock is just kind of screwed unless you're running Golem and Onyx, but you know, Golem, Brock is just, I wish it would work with more cards, honestly. Rock is just so limited to ramp. There's certain cards you just can't use because of it. Steel is hopeless right now. Water, you have to use Misty. And at this point, you kind of like have to use Vaporeon for most decks. So I can't wait until they add more options. Next expansion is going to be huge for this game. I can't wait. You know, the cards we have now will be able to hold me over until the end of the month, and then that's when the new set's supposed to come out. Save your hourglasses now, people. Do I get the extra 10 damage in? I think I do. I think I Erica. Now. That way I can potentially kill the Farfetch'd next turn with Lilligant. Let's put this on the back bench in case they kill somehow. I don't think they can though. That may also make them not... that they may think I don't have Lilligant with that play. So let's see if they fall for it. Well, it doesn't look like they have another basic Pokemon. It's unfortunate for them. I hate winning games like this, though, I'm gonna be honest. I really wanted to play this one out. That was a really good start. I don't like winning games like that. It's just such a waste of time. I'd much rather get a real match and lose than win like that and win. Did I play the Grass Poke Flute deck yet? No, I haven't. I'm using other decks right now. Plus, apparently some big YouTuber also came up with the idea. Or they saw my video. I'm leaning towards they came up with the idea too. But you never know. So now it's like less cool because a lot more people know about it. Man, I think I gotta bank on pulling into the... I'm gonna play risky here. Oh, I don't know what to do. No, I think we gotta go with this. Hoping to pull into the Lilligant would have been the best thing, but... Alright, this will be the true test for this deck. Mewtwo. Can I make a Gengar deck work? There's been a few people that have been making Gengar decks work, I've noticed. I was trying to make a Gengar non-EX deck work. I was playing around with some different ideas, but in the end I scrapped the deck for now. Any damage I do to this Mew is just not gonna matter. I'm gonna Sabrina here. If anything, what this does is it just forces them to waste an energy for retreat, makes them use an X speed. It just makes them waste something. It makes them waste a potion. Attacking into that Mew is not gonna mean anything. Or they just keep the Mewtwo in. But I'd rather get damage on a Mewtwo than the Mew. The only issue with this deck... Well, not the only issue. If you don't pull into the Lilligant, it's a little slow. Even though these Pokemon aren't using a lot of energy for their attacks, it's still very slow without the Lilligant. Like, I need to be attacking with the Shiinotic right now, kind of thing. Well, I think we gotta sacrifice... Do I Erica to keep it in for one more? Nah, I just gotta let it die. I'm not gonna... Do I reveal the Shiinotic? Whatever. I don't think it matters. Gotta bank on Shiinotic keeping Mewtwo asleep. That can win the game. This is definitely a deck that really will struggle against these kind of decks, because the damage in this deck is not super high. Unless you get the Delmise on one. But like I said, that depends on the Lilligant. It's more of a fun, different kind of grass deck. It's not really something too horribly viable. Just gotta win a few more coin flips. They cannot retreat while he's asleep. And the good thing about a card like Mewtwo, they can't wake it up by evolving. Sleep is very strong against EX cards. Not so strong against stage... like basics that can evolve or stage 1 that can evolve. Okay. This is what we need right now. How embarrassing it'll be for them to lose to a Mushroom with a Mewtwo deck. Ah, man. If they commit to killing the Shiinotic here, though, I can use the Delmise to kill it with Giovanni. Man, if that thing would have slept, that would have been a huge deal. Because now I gotta do their run around with them retreating the Mew to their hand. Luckily, though, Delmise is a pretty decent counter to Mew. Because the Mew doesn't have any grass energy. So they're only going to do 20 damage. I'm going to be doing 90 next turn. They're going to be doing 20. So you know what? We might actually be able to win this. We'll see. I'm gonna be honest, I think them putting in the Gardevoir was the play. They would be able to deal 60 to me and kill me in 2 turns. But you know, these Mewtwo players are just like so... tunnel vision. Yeah, congrats on your 20 damage instead of 60. Hopefully they don't realize it here. But I think it's a little too late to realize now. They're just gonna keep bouncing back and forth between the Mews? Why would you... They should have done that to the new Mew. I have Erica's to keep me in, though. Delmise is about to put in some work. I don't want to get too ahead of myself here, though. Maybe there's some advanced play that I'm not seeing by them. I can't evolve everything, because I got to be able to have a counter to Sabrina. So I gotta keep something... Evolving a Lilligant was probably very unnecessary. Oh man, you know what? I don't think I'm gonna have enough turns to get the second Delmise off the ground. Right? I think I gotta do the Lilligant just to get like a second thing with 50 damage in case I get a retreat. Maybe? Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be alive for 4 turns. A little bit of a misplay. I should have probably... nah, this is fine. I was going to say I should have kept the Lilligant in hand and hoped for the Shiinotic. Because if they Sabrina, that... Oh, that's right. Lilligant is still only 1 retreat. Oh my god, this Explorer thing is going to be so annoying. They're going to keep dancing around their Mews. It's going to be so bad. And they're going to have another one in hand. I might actually still lose this because of Explorer. Alright. I think... Oh man, this is a tough one. Damage. I think what I do is I heal this Delmise this turn. Get one more attack in with it. They get it down to 30. I retreat it into the Lilligant? I don't know. This ain't looking too promising right now. Mew is so annoying. This is the problem with this deck. The win condition is a 90 to 100 damage card. Just not enough to finish off these Mews. That's why I think if you're looking to make a competitive deck, you need to have a win condition that can deal at least 130 damage. You have to be able to one-shot Mews. Oh my god, this is quite the annoying deck they have. This is what happens when you take out a Mewtwo in this deck. This is what they do. Shiinotic should be one of the next... I did draw one. Oh man. I think we have to abandon the second Delmise and prepare for the Shiinotic. There he is. Gotta bank on a sleep going off. There's no way they can kill me, right? And then I can, if they keep this thing in, I can kill with Giovanni. I personally haven't used much Dragonite. It just wasn't really... The Dragonite decks are a little too one-dimensional for me. I have seen a lot of new builds with Dragonite, though. I've seen people using Mew to stall. Put Mew out, take damage, use Explorer to bounce it back to your hand just to stall as long as you can. Obviously Druddigon is probably like the #1 thing to use with that right now for the stall. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how this is gonna go. I gotta get the sleep off. There might be a way out. Okay, here's the play. Shiinotic lands the sleep, right? It doesn't wake up. And then the next turn we kill it Delmise. Unless they have a... Nine, 10, 11, 12, 14. I'm just trying to figure out if I have the Giovanni right now or next turn. They go down to 80. They have a potion. They heal to 100. I save Giovanni. For the surprise hit. However, if they don't sleep and they attack me and they sleep me and I don't wake up, it's over. They need to not wake up here. Still doable. Ah, there's the potion. Okay. If they have a second potion, they win. I did the best I could. I almost played around this and beat this crazy freaking Mew deck. So close. It's not over yet. If I wake up, if I'm not slept, and I hit them again and sleep them and they don't wake up, I win. Alright, we have to wake up. Okay. Everybody calm down. Right? It comes down to this. they don't wake up, I win the game. Oh my god, I cannot believe I beat a Mewtwo deck with this crazy grass deck. Shiinotic MVP. Okay, I'm not underestimating this card anymore. Unless they got something crazy in their hands. No, it's over. Damn the plays. That was a fight. Yeah, that was a good match. Well played by them too. They played that exactly how it needed to be played. I don't think they made any. Well, no, they made one misplay with the weird fourth energy on the Mew when it should have went on Gardevoir, and they should have put the Gardevoir in sooner, in my opinion. But that was a good match. I can show you the deck. But if I keep winning a few games against EX decks like that, I might make a video on this deck. Alright, so here it is. 2 Petlil, 2 Morlul, 2 Lilligant. Lilligant is essentially like what you want to start with. The idea behind this deck is to be aggressive and try and ramp into low energy cost cards. So like low commitment. The 2 Shiinotic, the Delmise. The Delmise is essentially like your energy dump later in the game with Lilligant, as you saw in that match. 2 Pokeball, 2 Professor's Research, 2 Erica, 2 Giovanni. You have to run 2 Giovanni because this deck is very low on damage in the early game. 1 Leaf for the Delmise, 1 Sabrina. Oh, and Shiinotic. Shiinotic is a 2 retreat as well. I mean, you could technically maybe do 1 Giovanni and then 2 Leaf, because there are a lot of there's going to be a lot of 2 retreat cost cards in your hand. Yeah, Shiinotic, that match proved to me that Shiinotic is not to be underestimated. I think the reason you're not seeing Shiinotic right now is because to play Grass, a lot of people think that you have to run Superior, and you just don't have room for Shiinotic. And it doesn't make sense to run Shiinotic with Superior, because it's like, you know, it's not like you're really needing to ramp up into him. So many grass decks. Oh, I play all decks. I have decks made for all types. Except for steel. Well, technically I have a steel deck that I was playing earlier, but it's not like true steel. Well, this is gonna be something. Man. I think I just gotta hope that we pull the Lilligant. If I can pull the Lilligant in the next turn or two, I think I have a chance of beating this deck. Yeah, if I make a video on this deck, I'm definitely going to use that match as one of the example matches. That was a really good oh my god, there's the Lilligant. That was such a good showcase of this deck. I tried any type of Dreadnought. I have attempted Dreadnought. I actually crafted a second Dreadnought. He's not... That is not a very good card, unfortunately. Especially because the basic before him is also really bad. Any basic card that needs 2 energy to deal 30 damage with 2 retreat is honestly like one of the worst cards in the game. If the basic Pokemon, I forget his name, you'll have to forgive me. If the basic Pokemon had a 1 energy requirement, or maybe even a 1 retreat cost, Dreadnought would be way more viable. I also just don't really like the coin flip, though, to discard an energy. It just... I feel like it needs to be guaranteed. Hold on, let me think this through. I'm going to be at 60. They will not be able to kill me next turn, okay. I'm not the biggest fan of the Druddigon meta, though. It's so boring after a while and lame. There's only so many times you can face a Pokemon that just sits there, you know? Just very uninteractive style of gameplay. I don't think this is what they had in mind when they came up with Druddigon, to be honest. I don't think they had this, like, just have him sit there and do nothing and never attack when they designed this card. Okay, so we can kill the Druddigon, which I think is what we're going to do here. Show our dominance. I think this is pretty much GG for them. I'm not sure how they get out of this. The Tauros is useless against my deck since I'm not running EX cards. The Tauros does an additional 80 damage if it hits EX, so it would deal 120. Otherwise, it's just 40. They would have to retreat the Tauros into the Mew. Which I think is what they're about to do. Well, they can't kill me with Tauros. So I think I'd rather put in the Lilligant for the easier retreat. If I had the second Giovanni, they'd be dead right now. So I think we're just gonna wait for the opponent to concede. Obviously. I think these two matches have been a very good showcase of this deck. Alright, let's see what else we got. Another deck I wanted to make work was Flute Pidgeot. Pidgeot Flute. The idea is that I'm using two evolution lines that both benefit from Fluting. And they will be very unlikely to expect a Pokeflute. Oh, I made the same deck idea once. Yeah, I did the same thing. I have another deck just like this. With the Chatot. Okay. The Chatot, and then you run Aerodactyl EX, and then you do Kabutops. And you don't run any other basic Pokemon, and that way you're guaranteed to run in the Chatot, and you cycle through your cards to evolve. Oh, I see why they did that. Because they're fearing my evolution, but I can't evolve yet, so... They didn't want me to get the kill on Chatot, because they're only basic. Kind of an advanced play on their part, they just did it a turn early. That's actually going to be pretty powerful against what I'm using right now. I can't evolve them. Wow, what a turn of events for them to get that Aerodactyl out right now. I mean, the only thing I can do is just hope to get a kill on Chatot and at least get a point off of it. I could Sabrina, but I still can't evolve. The funny thing is, though, if there's nothing on your Pokemon's bench, you're actually worse off evolving into this thing. If there's nothing on your enemy's bench. The basic does more damage than the evolution at that point. I'm not sure they're ever going to nerf or buff cards. They're probably just going to power creep and make cards that like are more powerful than previous ones. Maybe come out with more counters. I don't think you're going to see them nerfing cards like Mewtwo. Or like any kind of meta decks. They don't want to piss anybody off, because some people put in a lot of money into this game. I need a Pidgey. Please. Come on. If this isn't a Pidgey. Okay, thank you. I'm already, like, really behind right now. Man, this person's doing all... I just realized they're doing all fossils. They're not able to get their Aerodactyl online because they have no rock energy. Unless they're not running rock energy and they're just using that for no evolution. Uh-oh, this is not good. If they can manage to get Omastar online next turn, I think it's over. Alright, so Omastar is going to come out with 90 HP, which means that my Pidgeot will be able to kill it. Which will be a big blow to them because they have all their energy dumped into it. Right now, they probably have a good idea that I'm running this Pidgeot. 20 more damage for each bench Pokemon. Sorry, it comes out with 100 HP. Right now I have 120 damage potential. They need 2 potions. Okay. Might actually win this. Oh, they're gonna get their rock energy next turn though. Deal 80 damage to me. But Pidgeot has a lot of HP. My Pokeflute unfortunately is not super good here. Unable to evolve. Wait, excuse me? Is this a glitch? Oh, that's right, fucking Aerodactyl. God damn it. Oh, that's so powerful. This is the first time Aerodactyl has actually done something to me. I'm gonna have to, okay, I can still evolve Pidgeot next turn as long as he doesn't Giovanni and kill me here. I could also put this guy down. That's not really gonna do much, but... Damn, that Aerodactyl just won this person the game. That's crazy. That's the first time I've actually seen Aerodactyl do something. Normally it's not really a factor in the game for me, since most people evolve on the back line. I'm still not sure I want to reveal what Pidgeot I'm running. They may be unaware. However, I'm pretty sure they know. I gotta do it, though. I can't risk a red card. His Aerodactyl would deal 160 damage over 2 turns to my Pidgeot. Yeah, I'm not sure how this is gonna go. We'll find out. Celebi, though, I mean, if you just play the right cards in your deck, it's really easy to take care of it. It only has 130 HP. And there's quite a few cards that can kind of shut that down. However, I do agree that Celebi with Superior is just like such a... How did they greenlight that concept into the game is beyond me. I think it was probably to sell a lot of packs because they knew a lot of people would pull for Celebi. Alright, well this is... I'm having a really weird case of deja vu. I feel like I've faced this exact deck with this exact deck before, but maybe it's just me. Oh my god, I just put the energy on the wrong Pokemon. No. Oh, I just lost the game because of that. No. I can't believe I did that. Is there anything I can do? Alright, to not look like a fool, I'm gonna X-Speed and pretend that I meant to do that against this person. Right? They're gonna be like, oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. 70 damage, kills the Omastar. It actually may have been the better play. Let's find out. Because now they put in their Aerodactyl, right? The Aerodactyl does not kill the Behemoth. I get 70 damage on it, or 50. I can Pokeflute to put something back on their bench to do 70, or deal 140. No, we win. Yeah, we win. Aw, oh, man, they left the game. No, I wanted to finish that one out. Okay, so what they would have done here, they would have put the Aerodactyl in, and then I would have put the Pidgeot in. I really wanted the Pokeflute so bad. The Pokeflute would have brought back... Well, actually, you can't bring back the the Ammonite. That's a stage 1. So I would have dealt 120 damage to the Aerodactyl. He would have hit me for 80. I have 170 HP. Yeah, I would have won that regardless. But I really wanted to finish it off like the real way. Honestly, this play may have been the better play anyway. Have a good night, Red Jester. Thank you for the follow. They're still there? Oh my god, why did they do this to me? Come on. Well, okay, now they conceded. Because I would have killed the chat out, and then I could have Poke-Fluted it back to still deal 140 damage. Once again, I wish I would have been able to finish it and show that. Because that's... People may not be expecting the Poke-Flute in this deck. It's a very unexpected card that a lot of people forget is even in the game right now. They don't account for that, like, random 20 to 40 plus extra damage coming out. Okay. So tired of these Druddigon decks. Can't wait until we get a card next expansion that just like reflects damage back or something in some way. Like if they use Tough Skin, like maybe find a way to block that damage or something. Actually, I should have put my energy on Pidgey. But we'll be fine. They're going to have that Druddigon in there for a bit, I think. We'll see. Maybe they're going to leaf it out sooner than I thought. Yeah, the next expansion is going to make or break this game for sure. I'm expecting a lot of counter-style cards. Well, there's the 50 damage that I needed to start chipping away at Druddigon. That's why I think this Beheon card is really strong at the moment. Because a lot of decks are using Druddigon to hide stuff behind the line, and usually the decks that are running Druddigon are putting like 2 or 3 things on their back line. So for one energy being able to deal 50 to 70 damage to a Druddigon, I think is a huge deal. And it has 90 HP, so it could take quite a few hits from Druddigon with the rough skin. Alright, so they're gonna leaf out Druddigon into Onyx, maybe? Oh no, they can't use Brock. Well, maybe next turn, Druddigon will be dead. 120 damage. Damn. I think I have to kill the Druddigon here to guarantee that I have a basic Pokemon that I can Poke-Flute. I think I'm also going to hide the fact that I have Pidgeot. Will it matter? I don't think it'll matter. Behemoth is dead. They may also Sabrina, which lets me get my Pidgeotto. Pidgeot, though, got that beefy HP. Can take 2 hits from a champ. I kill the Onix, which means if I pull my second Flute, I can summon 2 basics back. But I'm a champ with 180 HP. The one thing that counters Pidgeot are Pokemon with more than 150 HP, unfortunately. So yeah, this is going to be a little rough. I think the play here is to Sabrina, and hopefully lock down the Machamp with no way to escape or have to waste energy. I think that is the best play here. So if I Flute here, okay, it's going to do 100 damage. I think I actually Flute to get an additional 20 damage because I have to bank on him having potions. Yeah. 100 damage. He goes down to 80. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna keep the Flute. I'm gonna keep that a secret. I don't think I need to use that right now. Because even if he potions and goes up to 100, I can Flute. If he potions twice and goes up to 120, I can... If he double potions, though, that can win him the game if I don't draw my other Flute. You know what? I think we actually have to do this. This can be really bad for me, though, if he puts the Druddigon back in. But I have to bank on him not leafing in the Druddigon. But even if he leafs in the Druddigon, he's still going to have to pay an energy. Well, we'll see what happens. Well, there's the first potion. Did I make the right move and play around the second potion? If he second potions, then I made the right play. He does not. So that should be it. He's dead if he attacks. The only thing that can save him is swap out to the Druddigon. Yeah, there it is. Swap out to the Druddigon. See how much this buys him time. Build up the second Pidgeot. This will bring me down to 150. He deals 120. I got my Giovanni ready for the Onyx, which is what I was saving Giovanni for. Otherwise, I would not be able to kill Onyx. GG. It's a pretty good showcase of the deck. I think it's a pretty strong deck. The Flute just has so many fun, unexpected plays that you can do with it that your opponent is most likely not going to be expecting. Because people run Pidgeot, but most of them are not using Flute. The only giveaway here is that I'm running Behemoth. That might tip them off that I'm running it, but they may not expect it. Alright, this is going to be the true test. I like to call these Mewtwo decks the true test of a deck that I'm trying. Because if you're going to beat a deck, this may as well be the deck. couldn't decide if I like the 60 HP 10 damage Pidgey or the 20 damage Pidgey. Pikachu would be pretty hard to beat considering it hits my weakness on Pidgey. I think that would be an unwinnable matchup. Come on, I need another basic. Quick. I don't draw a basic in the next turn, I think it's over. However, if I draw a Pidgeot next turn, I think we win. Another thing about Pidgeot, it survives Mewtwo. It's got that 170 HP. Alright, well, this pretty much has to be a Pidgeot pull. If this is Pidgeot, I definitely win. Because I can Giovanni and kill Mewtwo. Pidgeot, come on. 2 out of 13 chance. It's over. That would have been so clutch. Just unbelievable how fast those Mewtwo decks can ramp. Not busted at all, by the way. Mewtwo is a perfectly balanced card deck with Gardevoir. Can I make the new Raichu work? I could show you that next game. I actually have a deck built with the new Raichu. That was pretty good. It's fun. It's not like super... It's not a super competitive deck, but it's all about hitting the backline. I think it worked better when everybody and their grandmothers were playing the Gyarados deck, because it completely wiped the floor against Magikarp. I'll show it after this. The new Raichu is fun. In my opinion, nowhere near as good as the previous Raichu, but still, it's a good card. Scary thing about Beheeyem is they're going to be a little hesitant to put down more Pokemon on their bench, like Sir Viper. They may actually hold it in their hand until they guarantee the kill on Beheeyem. So Beheeyem shows a lot of dominance against Celebi. May actually stall a turn for them building up Superior. Because if they miss a coin flip here, the Superior would be an extra. I mean well, honestly, any Pokemon they put on their bench, unless they get the double head slip, would have been an extra 20 damage. Alright. Well, we're gonna need some crazy coin flip luck here. I'm not even sure I want to put the Pidgey in. But I kind of have to. I don't want to get Sabrina. I have to do this to try and get my HP to stall. I have to somehow survive 2 turns of Celebi. Good luck. Steel and Dark type. Yeah, we are in desperate need for Steel and Dark support. Especially Steel. So we need a Steelix. Steel can be so much fun. What would the Dark type EX be? I can honestly see, well, they wouldn't do Weezing. Maybe Arbok. They've done 2 Weezing cards already. Wow, they retreated? Seriously? That's definitely a misplay. I can't attack for 2 turns. They're that scared of Pidgeot? That was not the move. And if I had an X speed, I would retreat. But I can't waste the energy. I think they just want a better shot at guaranteeing Celebi can get the kill. I don't know. I'm not sure. They're probably still going to win, but they definitely should not have retreated. That was very odd. Oh my god, I got the double Pokey Flute. So we can have some fluting fun here soon. Alright, well, it's going to come down to missing their coin flips next turn. Comes down to this. Or, because here's the thing, right? I kill this thing. They have 5 coin flips. They need to hit 3 out of the... No, they need to hit 4 out of the 5. No, hold on. No, yeah, we're taking those odds. We are taking those odds. And I can Pokey Flute the Delmise back in to deal, at minimum, 120 damage. If they put something else in. I got Giovanni if they heal it. Hold on, I think we might actually beat this. Unless they get 4 heads flips. Yeah, there's the Snivy that they've been just terrified to play. Nope, your heal won't help you here. Okay. They need 4 heads to win the game. 3, and I think they lose. Okay, okay. Toodaloo. Feels so good to beat a Celebi deck. Huge misplay on their part, though. They should have never retreated the Celebi. That was... They should have went for the damage and then just hoped they could have killed me in 2 turns. Well, that's a fun deck. I won, what, 3 games with that deck just now? Against some pretty, like, decent deck builds, so I'd say that's a pretty... I might do a video on that deck after I do a little more testing with it. I need to play with it just a bit more. Alright. This is the Raichu deck. The idea behind it is I pretty much just target the entire backline. So, Zebra Striker, 2 Electabuzz, 1 Magneton, Magnemite, just to help charge up the Raichu. Because I'm running 2 Lieutenant Surge. Surge is only good with the Raichu here. But it has made a difference in my testing. Also, this is all a head game, and I encourage you to do this. If you're ever playing a Lightning deck that doesn't use Pikachu, I encourage you to use everything Pikachu on your deck. Use Pikachu card sleeves, use a Pikachu coin, use a Pikachu playmat, because it makes your opponent think you're playing Pikachu, and they might try and play around it when you're not using Pikachu. You know, Pikachu EX. It's actually important to take your card sleeves and your coins and your playmats into consideration. For example, if you're playing a deck with Eevee, you probably don't want to be using your Eevee loadout. You don't want to let your opponent know that you're playing Eevee, right? Like, you gotta... if you're that serious into the game, you gotta think about these things. Don't let them know. pulled the Zapdos EX from one of these. I always pick top right. Okay, I mean, whatever. It's a playable card, so... Pikachu coin. I think you gotta use your premium coins to get it. So if you subscribe with the premium thing, you get currency to buy the coins and stuff. I'll take Joltik because, I mean, I'm using the cards, so I'll take the flares. At this point, you just pick the cards for flares. What else we got in here? What? I feel like Porygon is gonna be... There's got to be a mechanic coming next expansion that makes looking at the top of your deck important. Maybe like, look at the top card of your deck if it's a Pokemon, deal like 20 damage to a Pokemon or something. There's got to be a purpose coming for it. So let's try the Raichu deck. It's a fun deck, though. It makes most water decks concede pretty quick, unless they get a really good Misty start. I think I call this deck Backline Bolt or something like that. Yeah, surprising an opponent with the old Aerodactyl instead of the new one would be pretty funny. And of course, they use my counter. So if I can beat them with getting countered. I'm sure they're probably running Hitmonlee, so I'm not going to put that Magnemite out yet. I mean, called it. That would have gave them an easy target. That's why when you run against fighting, you definitely do not want to just dump stuff on your bench right now. Hitmonlee is definitely now part of the meta. If it's the Pikachu, I think I have to play it. Electabuzz isn't bad, they have to hit me 3 times. And I can start building it in the back line. Let me think about this. I put Pikachu down, I put an energy on it. And then I overwhelm them next turn with the Electabuzz and the Magnemite. Because I would be able to evolve the Pikachu. They'd have to hit the Pikachu 4 times to kill it with the Raichu. I think I just want to start getting energy on the Pikachu. I'm actually not sure. Hitmonlee just makes me... It throws me off so much. Or do I go for the damage on... No, I think we just go... Let's just do this. Give them a bunch of choices. This way I have choices next turn for what to put energy on. And I'm thinking the best thing to put energy on right now will be... Their most likely target are the 70 HP. I mean the 60 HP, so I'm going to put this on Electabuzz. That way at least if they take out my Pikachu or something, they're not going to take all my energy with it. I want them to hit my Electabuzz. See what they do. This guy's name is Rocky, by the way. And they're playing a rock fighting deck, so I think they're going to be pretty good at their deck. Alright, we got the Surge. Do this. Hopefully get an X speed next turn. I can read a little bit, just based on what I remember learning like over a decade ago. I could typically read Japanese players' names in this, as long as it's not too complex. Just taking that bait with that Raichu, which is fine by me. Shame he doesn't have anything on his bench. Can't target me though. He can only hit my bench with Hitmonlee. Electabuzz can hit anything. Yeah, thank you, Tartus. Hopefully I get to go back one day. Well, now they're revealing their bench, just in time for my Raichu to get a little bit of chip damage in. I think I'm actually okay with sacrificing my... am I okay with sacrificing Raichu? The Raichu would get a kill on Hitmonlee, it would get the Marshadow down to 60. It would get the Mankey down to 30, but then they would be able to activate the Primate. It's a little awkward. Honestly, I think the biggest threat right now is Primate. Do I just take what I can get? If I kill the Hitmonlee, the Marshadow can attack for 2 turns. The Mankey would have to hit me once before he would take damage for the Primate, so actually I think killing Hitmonlee here is the play, since Marshadow can't do anything. This thing about Lieutenant Surge, you also don't have to worry about what Pokemon you put your energy on too much, because you could always just focus it back on the Raichu. So he's gonna do 50. Wait, Primate would do... Oh, he's using the new Primate. Yeah, I like that new Primate, and this is why. 1 energy, 50 damage is really good in this game. I think I went through all the cards, and I'm pretty sure that Primate is the only Stage 1 Pokemon that does 50 damage for 1 energy. Okay. If I had an X speed, I would have been able to put the Electabuzz down. X speed the Zebra Strike, Lieutenant Surge Electabuzz, and then kill that Amber. I gotta anticipate 100 damage from the Marshadow, though. This is tough. Okay, so he has to hit me 2 more times to kill. 6, 7, 8. Okay, so if I hit his Marshadow right now, and I hit him again next turn, if he doesn't heal him, he'll have 20 HP, which means the Raichu can kill it with the 20 damage that it would do to every Pokemon on the bench. He would have killed anything. Electabuzz would have been dead. Magnemite's dead, Raichu's dead. So unfortunately, I think that Sabrina is the end of this match, but... He's gonna retreat the Primeape into the Aerodactyl, which kills the Zebra Strike. So, that was a good attempt. It's really hard to beat Rock with Lightning. Lightning cards that I'm using just don't have a lot of HP. Almost. That's crazy though that they're using the old Mankey that deals damage to itself and using the new Primeape. That was definitely a mind game thing right there. Because I was absolutely expecting the old Primeape. So I guess they just really value, I think Mankey does what, 30 damage to the opponent? Whereas the new one is 50 damage coin flip. Yes, I already made a deck with Starmie non-EX. I have a video on it on the channel. Just look at my Cramorant deck. I call it Cramorant. Or sorry, Cramoramp. It uses Starmie non-EX in there. I mean, I could play it after this to show you. And the Starmie non-EX does serve a purpose in the deck. It's not just in there for the sake of it. It's in there to preserve energy and then use Vaporeon to get it on the Cramorant. It's definitely more of a fun deck, but it absolutely can win games against meta decks. Yeah, I'll probably be releasing some more videos over the course of the week. There's some decks that I played tonight that I definitely will use the games that I did tonight to highlight the deck, but I want to do like an intro for the deck first. Had some really good games tonight that showcased my deck, so... Okay. I don't think I want their Snivy to get off the ground. So... Then again, they'd have to get 3 heads flips to kill the Raichu. But I don't have an X speed. Damn, if I had an X speed right now. They'd have to get 2 heads out of 3. Man, oh man. Actually, you know what? Do I Sabrina and hope they put in the Delmise? I think I do. If I can trick them to putting in the Delmise, they may not have Leaf. Come on, do it. You know you want to, you got it. You kind of have to. Damn it. They saw through. They definitely saw through what I was trying to do there. Actually, I'm just going to keep him in. I want to try and preserve that energy for Raichu. Now I regret not putting in the Electabuzz. That was definitely a misplay. Because the Electabuzz would kill that this turn. However, they probably have healing. Oh wow, they're not committing the Celebi quite yet. Oh man, do we just go for Raichu? I think we just go for the Raichu here. It's probably a better play, but honestly I just kind of want to have fun with the Raichu. Next turn. So if he doesn't heal or evolve the Servine, it's dead next turn. This meta deck has been Firebird plus Firebug. Moltres with the, what is it called? Scolipede? That's a fun deck. Yeah, that was like one of the earlier meta decks people used to use a lot when the game first came out. Well, it's not looking super good. Actually, I should have put out the other Electabuzz, but I don't think it would make much of a difference. I just don't like relying on Moltres, though. I hate that coin flip mechanic for getting energy. It's either, like, a waste of a turn or just super busted. Such a... I really don't like that card. And that's why I should have put in the second Electabuzz. I think we sacrificed a Magnemite here. I haven't drawn the Magneton. Wow, them leaving my Raichu with 120 HP that may come back to bite them. We'll find out. Ooh. That's gonna be a problem. This might still be doable, though. The Raichu kills the Delmise, somehow survives 8 coin flips from... I mean, who we kidding here? I'm definitely dead, but listen, I've had a game where the only win condition I had was for the Celebi to miss 7 coin flips in a row, and do you know what happened? Well, okay, maybe not 7, but they missed 7 coin flips in a row, and I won the game because of it. So never count yourself out. Because if they get 2 heads flips here out of 8, I kill the superior in the back line with Electabuzz. Unless they have Erica. They definitely have Erica. No, they do not. Oh, the old Raichu is definitely better, yes. For this meta. It's a very good card. New Raichu is a fun card. So close. Oh well. Actually, I only had 1 point. So yeah, actually we were not close. It's a pretty good deck, though, if you're going up against more aggro-style decks. The higher HP EX decks are going to be a little tougher. Grass is probably the hardest because they can heal. The idea is to chip them down and whittle away their bench, but if they're healing with Erica and potions, I mean, that's just not going to happen. Here, I'll show you the Starmie EX deck. I have a video on this deck, so if you want to check that out sometime, it'll kind of explain it a bit more and show example games. Double non-EX Starmie, double Cramorant, double Vaporeon, one Lapras. The idea is sort of similar to my Dodrio deck in that the Starmie retreats, keeps the energy on it, and then you use the Vaporeon to move the energy to the Cramorant, ideally early in the game, and then Cramorant shuts down the opponent. If you get a single heads coin flip on Cramorant, that's 120 free damage uncontested, unless they like Sabrina you or something like that. With the one Giovanni. So you can shut down the Celebi and there's nothing they can do if they stay in and don't retreat. With the Giovanni pulse. So like if you wanted to run a second Giovanni, you can take out. I would take out. I really would not remove the Leaf because you got two Vaporeons and the Lapras. If anything, I'd take the Lapras out. Lapras can be good with Vaporeon though. But yeah, I would take the Lapras out. But because this is the deck that I made my video on, I'm going to leave the Lapras in. And let me change this coin. Regular Pokeball. We don't want to give them any information. This is a very fun deck. So if you're just looking to have some fun and have a okay shot at killing meta decks, this is a fun one to play around with. Old Raichu is 100 HP, 3 energy, 140 damage. When you use the move, discard all energy. So if you're playing that Raichu, you have to use double Magneton. You have to use 2 Lieutenant Surge. So it does kind of water down the build because you are forced to run double Magneton. So it's pretty one-dimensional in that regard. Great card though, because with Giovanni, it one-shots Mewtwo. So it's actually... I am shocked that more people do not run it right now, because it is extremely good in this current meta. One-shot Celebi without any extra effort. One-shots Mewtwo with one Giovanni. And then what you can do is, what I would do is I would run 2 Electabuzz, the new Electabuzz. So I would do 2 Magneton, 2 Old Raichu, 2 new Electabuzz. So that way if you go up against a deck like a Machamp or a Pidgeot, well, Pidgeot has the weakness, so actually that would kill it. But if you run against any decks that are running EX that have more than 150 HP, you use the Electabuzz to pick off whatever they retreat to their backline. And the good thing is Electabuzz pairs really nicely with Lieutenant Surge too, so you can like do some tricky stuff moving energy around to him. I actually don't want to evolve into Vaporeon yet, because if they Sabrina, I get stuck with 2 retreat costs. Plus there's really no purpose for Vaporeon quite yet. However, yeah, no, this is fine. This should guarantee... Cramorant, hopefully? Good. The pieces are coming together. Actually, it's a Japanese player. You know what? We got the Cramorant. We're gonna do this to dodge the red card. Alright, so here's why Starmie non-EX is in the deck. 1 energy I can start chipping away immediately. 0 retreat cost, so the idea here is to retreat it to the bench. Hopefully pull Misty next turn. Alright, I'm actually going to keep it in one more turn, I think. But you just want to be able to retreat it for free. Saves an X energy from having to be put in the deck. And then you can move that energy to Cramorant while preserving the energy. I'm going to threaten the Mew kill here. He's going to have to return it to his hand. Cramorant will kill it next turn. And if Cramorant gets the kill, 50-50 chance Cramorant is immune to damage. Okay, he can't retreat it to his hand, which is good. Honestly, there's a lot of other builds you can probably do with Starmie, but what I like about this is Cramorant's a basic that is really strong if you can ramp up to the 3 energy. A lot of the other Pokemon that would be worth ramping up to will be like stage 1 or stage 2 with water. Cramorant is definitely a very strong basic. And in order to be able to like pull this combo off and put all the cards you need in here to make it consistent, that's why you need Starmie. Non-EX, because you need to be able to retreat this thing without an X speed for free to preserve the energy. You might be like, well, just run, you know, run X speeds in this deck. But you don't have to with Starmie. Non-EX. So it frees up more space in your deck for cards that help this build. Alright, so this is perfect. This is a good indicator of how this should work. So now we retreat for free. Preserve the energy. You Vaporeon the energy to the Cramorant. Kill this Mew. And a 50-50 chance that I take no damage next turn. Which, if I hit heads, would have been huge, because they're probably going to bring out Pidgeot EX, which is going to deal 80 damage. At least if they're using the... Well, it's going to deal 140 damage because of my bench. But that just shows the power of Cramorant. Just imagine for a second that I hit heads. They would be able to do nothing. They'd have to Sabrina. So I have to... How many cards? I hate that you can't check cards in your deck. I think I have to waste another turn here and hope to pull Misty. My out here is pulling Misty, flipping into this... Well, there's Misty. And this... Okay, so this is another reason Starmie non-EX is really good. You can put it in as sort of like a test to see what you draw, and then if you draw what you need, you can back it out for free. So I win here if I hit 2 Misty flips. Nope. I get to buy one more turn, though. I don't want him to know that I have a Sabrina. But I cannot waste this energy. So I am going to be doing this. Which may be tipping him off to the fact that I actually have Sabrina in hand. They can evolve the Pidgey, and they also can't put down something that has more than 60 HP on the bench. If they evolve it, it's over. It's possible they can evolve. Here, so that's game. The hard hitter is the Lapras. The Lapras can definitely be a game closer because you can easily put 4 water energy on it for 90 damage if you needed it. Essentially, your hard hitter here really is the Cramorant. Cramorant into a heads flip. Cramorant into a heads flip is 120 damage guaranteed. Well, not guaranteed, but you know, if they Sabrina. So that's the basic idea. I could have finished him off with Cramorant, but I didn't want to have to do the whole, like, water moving stuff. Starmie EX also has no retreat cost, but it costs 2 energy. And if your opponent happens to kill it, they get 2 points. I think people really underestimate cards like Starmie, non-EX, and Dodrio. 1 energy attack for 40 damage and 0 retreat cost is so clutch and valuable at times. If you have not played around with those 2 cards, I would encourage you to try them out. Look at my Dodrio deck, and I mean, you can see this deck. Starmie is a quick hitter. You get it in, you commit 1 energy to it, you hit, you get out, and then you can keep it on the bench for like future hits or moving energy in the water deck. I'm gonna go with Eevee just for the damage potential. I just don't like this. Thinking back, I probably should have. Whatever, we're already committed to it. I should have banked on drawing Starmie with Professor's research. Well, the thing you gotta remember about Kingler is it's a stage 1 Pokemon. So, you would have to give up 2 card slots. And it's kind of hard to give up cards in this deck. Because you have to run the Vaporeon. I mean, you can do it, but you'd probably have to make some hard cuts. Kingler is a good card. I like that card. It's definitely a fun card. I really don't want to hit into the... But if he evolves next turn, Eevee's dead, so I have to evolve. Or he just snipes my Staryu. But I can kill the Finneon, actually. Should ask to Misty. It's probably going to be hard for them to come back from. I would expect to concede unless they got like an Articuno they're going to throw down. Oh, I like that flare with the bubbles. I haven't seen that one. It's cute. Yeah, normal Articuno is a good card. It kind of it kind of does the same thing in a way. With the Paralyze. It's kind of the same card almost. The only thing about Cramorant is it protects from any kind of status effects on itself as well. If I remember, yeah, all status effects. Hopefully they retreat, because this is going to take a bit. Or they concede. And see, this is a great example of why you don't run dual energy in a deck with a card like Lumineon. They have a Psychic Energy on it and it can't do anything. Like, Psychic is going to do nothing for that card. And if they drew Psychic next turn, just don't do it. Don't run dual energy with cards like Lumineon that need 2 of a certain energy. I guess the way that you got to look at Cramorant versus Articuno is that the Articuno would lock down your opponent's Pokemon, so they wouldn't be able to retreat it normally, but they can. Here's the thing. So here's why Cramorant arguably can be better in many situations than the Articuno. If Articuno paralyzes a Pokemon that can evolve, and they evolve that Pokemon, guess what? The Paralyze is gone. They've cured the Paralyze, they attack, it's over. Cramorant puts a shield on itself, which they can't remove unless they Sabrina. So it kind of depends what you value more. Do you value the... Like, if you're facing a lot of decks that are EX decks, then yeah, Articunos might be better. But if you're facing a lot of decks where they have to evolve their Pokemon, you probably want to use Cramorant, because then they can't counter the damage shield, if that makes sense. Plus, in my opinion, way easier to kill a EX deck with Cramorant. I mean, that just feels... You gotta feel like crap if you are using Mewtwo or Celebi and you get killed by a... What is he, a duck? No, he's not a duck, he's a crane. I think. I'm not sure what kind of bird he's supposed to be. There's been too many times I sleep or paralyze a Pokemon and they just like evolve it and get rid of the status. Kind of annoying. We're going in on the Cramorant. I mean, I'm streaming, right? So we all know what happens when I use Misty while I'm streaming. Well, I don't think the rough skin is all that relevant because you would need 2 attacks with Cramorant to kill a Druddigon, right? And if you get the head slip on the kill of the Druddigon, whatever they put in after can't damage your Cramorant. Which is another benefit of Cramorant versus Articuno, is that if Articuno gets the Paralyze and kills, that's it. The Paralyze is like, whatever, the Pokemon's dead. Whereas Cramorant gets the kill and persists with the buff with the shield. I'm just trying to help you see like the benefits of Cramorant or Articuno. Articuno is one of my favorite water Pokemon, the base one. It's a very good card. I don't think people use it enough. But Cramorant, I mean, he can put up a fight in many situations. Pretty sure the Staryu is dead. Haunter is only going to need 1 energy, so even if I put in the Ralts, they're just going to retreat it. Alright, so I can expect the Gengar next turn. Which will deal 100 damage. So I think the only play here is to Cramorant Sabrina. Try and stall their energy onto the Gengar. If they have an X speed, then I think they just win. I think I'll put this down in case they Sabrina me. Alright. Well, that bought me the turn I needed. There's a Sabrina. Doesn't really matter because I could just put the Cramorant in. Push the energy to it. That Sabrina actually does nothing. So the nice thing about a deck with Vaporeon, Sabrina typically sometimes means nothing. Because you just move your energy around. That Gengar is going to be a problem, though. We're going to need quite a few head flips. The Lapras could actually come into play. The only issue is if my Cramorant goes down, all the energy is gone. But, whatever, let's see what happens. I don't think he has the Gengar in hand. He's probably stalling until he gets it. 12 cards in deck. Unfortunately, I get the heads when it may not matter. It'll matter if he gets the Gengar. He's fishing for it. Does he have the X speed? Okay. Yeah, he realizes the strength of Cramorant here. Because most people... Obviously, if I had failed the heads flip, he would have put the Gengar in. But that technically bought me one more turn to distribute some energy. Because if this Cramorant goes down, if I don't have 2 energy on other cards, it's pretty much over. I might actually have to put the Vaporeon in to absorb a hit. See, now if that was the Articuno, it would have got the Paralyzed heads flip, but that's it, the Pokemon's dead. So now my buff persists until the next turn. So that's like the different things you can weigh between deciding between Cramorant and Articuno. Now their Mewtwo can't damage me. If I get one more heads flip, I mean, I'm probably still pretty screwed. Their bench is looking ridiculous right now. One more head slip would do wonders. No. Alright, so they're going to Gardevoir this Mewtwo. Cramorant goes down. I'll have energy for the second Cramorant. Or I put the Vaporeon in, depending on how they do their energy, but I don't think they're going to misplay this. Putting that Eevee down earlier may have cost me the game, because I would have been able to deal 90. But then the Mewtwo would kill it with 150 damage. So, there is one play that can win the game. Oh no, actually I'm gonna be 10 damage short. Actually, damn. Now the play would have been Giovanni on Cramorant at this turn, but I don't run 2 Giovannis. Yeah, I'm gonna need 2 head slips with Cramorant. Almost had enough damage to attack with Cramorant. Get the head slip like I just did. But then next turn, Leaf the Cramorant out, put the Lapras in. Lapras would have been 100 damage with Giovanni. So unfortunately, I'm 10 damage short to kill the Gengar. And that would have won. If I ran 2 Giovanni, I actually still could have won that way. Makes me really reconsider 2 Giovannis in this deck. Man, if I had 2 Giovannis... Oh, I can't though because it's Gengar. That's right. Well, we're gonna have to get really lucky here. And it doesn't really matter where I put my energy. Yeah, destined to happen eventually. Let's say I got the heads coin flip. They would have retreated it. They would have put in the Mewtwo with 150 HP. Which they're apparently still going to do. What? I think they're just toying with me now. I mean, I could technically still win. I would just need to get like 5 head slips in a row. They could still misplay this and forget that I do 190 to 100 damage with Lapras. Oh, you know what? That they may not have been doing that to toy with me. They may have actually thought that I hit the head slip and had damage immunity. That's why they didn't use the attack that wasted 2 energy. Oh man, we are 10 damage off right now. I don't really think the Misty... Yeah, it doesn't really matter. If I fail the coin flip, it's over. Nope. Yeah, I think they actually thought that I had immunity. I don't think they did that to be funny. Is there anything else here? I mean, I guess we can do a game with Flute Victory Bell for the road. The good old classic. Yeah, thank you, Tony. I'm really hoping for more Steel soon. Dark just needs an EX card, and Steel just needs more cards. They shouldn't have had Steel in the game yet if they didn't plan on using it. What's your in-game name, just so that when I go to accept it, I know. Oh no, Hitmonlee is going to shut this deck down. So many Hitmonlee decks now. It's just so funny how the meta shifts so quick in this freaking game. It's like you never saw Hitmonlee for the first 2 months this game has been out. Now suddenly somebody makes a deck that like wins a tournament, and 50% of the decks I run into use Hitmonlee. The Nidoqueen Nidoking deck is actually the first deck that I made in the game. I was fortunate enough, the game like immediately gave me 2 Nidoqueens. And it gave me 1 Nidoking, so then I just saved my points to craft the second Nidoking. So I was actually able to play that way before anybody else could, because most people were not putting together that deck when the game first came out. You needed a lot of cards to pull that off. I just got lucky. It was a really fun deck. It's pretty good against Mewtwo decks, too. If they came out with a Nidoking or a Nidoqueen EX, which seemed pretty likely to me, honestly, I think that might help a lot. Trying to think if I want to switch out. I think we do Sabrina here. But then again... No, it's fine, because whatever Bellsprout he attacks, I'll just evolve the other one. Somebody left a comment on my video for this deck and said it might be better to use, like, a Pinsir. And the argument for not using a Pinsir instead of a Kangaskhan, I have a Kangaskhan in here. The Caterpie, when you're only using the Bellsprout Weeping Bell Victory Bell line, is guaranteed to pull cards from that line then. So like if I was running a Pinsir or another grass card to like tank damage, I would not have pulled the Weeping Bell potentially. I would have pulled like something I don't need. So that's why I like Caterpie and just the Victory Bell line. And now we're guaranteed to pull the second Victory Bell. So we're off to a pretty fast start here. I think this is a world record for the fastest double Victory Bell at the start of the game. The fastest double Stage 2 evolution, for that matter. can kick, but you can't hide. And now Caterpie is useless. I no longer need him. This guy is like, what in the world is going on right now? What is happening? Oh, he has no clue. If I start pulling my Pokeflutes... Unfortunately... We do have the Giovanni. Good. Very good. We shut down the Machop. Boom. Come over here. I could see a Concede coming quite soon. Now I just see my Pokeflute. Because then I can kill the Diglett. Pokeflute it, kill the Diglett again. It's over. Okay, he's actually putting out the Diglett. So he's got the Dug Trio. It's weak against Psychic. Interesting, okay. Very interesting. No Sabrina required. I'm actually going to do this because the Diglett will be on the back line. Like, I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned about the Diglett. Even if he evolves it, it shouldn't be a problem. I guess they're just letting me have it. Okay. In that case, I will take the Diglett. And I'll Pokeflute it after. I'm not sure what they're doing. I think they've just accepted defeat and are in awe of this Victory Bell deck right now. But they haven't even seen the Pokeflute shit. That's the best part. Venomoth. I mean, there's a lot of cards just like Venomoth. There's several in the different elements that have the exact same stat line. Well, he let me have my fun. I think he kind of just accepted what's happening. I think what it was, too, he probably thinks it's my first time playing this deck and he wanted me to pull my combo off, but little does he know I've gone on rampages with Victory Bell in the past. It's not the first time. Because it does look like the kind of deck where you would, like, struggle for a long time to get the combo. That's my famous Victory Bell deck. I was the first one to put up a video with solo Victory Bell Pokeflute, so you can check the video out on that. If you're interested in how that deck works. Super fun, by the way. Really fun deck. Alright, we get to open a pack. Guess we'll open this. It's not really much more I need from this. Second Mew EX. Take a Golem for the flare. Check the Wonder Picks. Same as before. Venomoth, I just don't think... Yeah, I don't... Until Grass gets cards that damage poison Pokemon, like deal more damage, I don't think you can really use Venomoth. The other archetypes, at least, have cards that combo off of poison. Grass really doesn't. I think in the future, Venomoth could be alright, but for now I wouldn't bother with it. But yeah, we're gonna call it there. Thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. Hopefully you enjoyed the decks. Just a reminder, if you're on YouTube or Twitch, you can check out my YouTube channel. I have a lot of deck videos for these weird kind of off-meta decks, and there'll be more coming. So if you play the game, you can check them out. And yeah, hope you all have a good New Year. I should be streaming tomorrow. I'll be doing something a little different for New Year's. So for those of you that are home alone and not out at any parties or anything like that, you can come spend a chill New Year's Eve in my stream. If your life has come down to that, okay, you're welcome to come hang out. But I don't think anybody will be judging. But if I don't see you tomorrow, have a good New Year. And I'll catch you guys in 2025. But I will be streaming tomorrow. At least that's the plan, unless something comes up. You know how it is on New Year's Eve. Sometimes you get last-minute plans or whatever, but... Anyway, you guys have a good night. Oh, new video on the main channel, by the way. Check it out. Top 10 games of this year that you probably did not play. So check that video out.